Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu bien plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAR by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
المايك. It's on. Is he behind me? I should announce. Where is this guy? The bell. The bell. The bell. Who's going to ring the bell? Who's going to ring the bell? Honorable members. Honorable members. Mr. President.
Honorable members, may I grant an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. The clerk shall read the first order of the day. No, sorry, wait. Thank you. The clerk shall read the first order of the day.
Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament.
I shall now call upon Honorable Steve Mikaya, Chairperson, Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline, to make his presentation on the Quorum meeting of Parliament.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Good afternoon. I designated the rapporteur to do the needful on this first part because I have another presentation to make after this business. Thank you.
Okay, fine. The rapporteur can proceed. I should have also apologized for the late delay. It's all because this issue of quorum, wanted the Committee on Rules to have something in writing, and also the Northern Caucasus delegation, which sought to meet us to express some views on some issues relating to the quorum issue. So the rapporteur can proceed. Rapporteur can proceed.
Merci, très honorable Président.
Thank you very much, Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable
Vice Presidents, dear colleagues. You remember that during the plenary yesterday, 11th of November 2024, the plenary recommended to the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline to give an interpretation of the rules of procedure and the protocol of the Pan-African Parliament. The committee met in room 3 instead of room 1 initially planned, with some delay because there was no electricity. The agenda of the committee was the interpretation of provisions of the rules of procedure and the protocol of PAP on the issue of quorum. After having heard opinions from the members of the Committee on Rules and after having consulted the rules of the protocol 12.1 and 55, 16.6 and 22.7 of the Rule of Procedure of the Pan-African Parliament, the committee gives the following recommendation. The quorum is a condition for the holding of a plenary, and it is the simple majority of the members. The nomination of members of the Bureau can only happen by election. So no consensus without a quorum. This is what the rule says. The committee suggests to plenary the holding of a hybrid session in compliance of the decision of the Executive Council of 2001 and in compliance with the practices currently in place within the organs of the African Union, to have the necessary quorum for the election of the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you, Mr. President.
This is a legal opinion, and it is done. That's the way they have seen it. They suggest we engage MPs who are not in the room to join virtually if we don't have a quorum. I am about to be advised. Give us some opportunity. Let's count how many today we are, and we see how many more we need. And I think each one of you, if they called somebody, an MP or each delegation can call those who are not here. We can have a quorum very soon. Can we count? Honorable members, the first counting is being amended because some members came a bit late, they just arrived. But we seem to be going down from yesterday. We thought today we'll go up. Someone is coming. Anyway, we seem to be going down still. So how many do you have now?
One coming from Libya, so 7 now.
We have gone down by 13 instead of going up by 20. We have about 77. Yesterday we had 90. 90? 90 for yesterday. We have to make a quick decision. Sorry? Honorable Ture, I thought I heard your voice. Honorable Ture.
Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable President, it is my opinion that if we don't have a quorum, then we push this matter to the next session until we have the necessary quorum, then we'll carry out the activity. That's what I'm moving. Thank you.
Yeah, next session would mean the Northern Caucasus is not represented in the Bureau for more than 7-8 months. That would not be good for balance in terms of representation. Is there a hand this side? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Honorable President. Yes, the number that you've mentioned, does it include those that are logged in already on Zoom? Because we have some members, about 4 or 5 from West Africa, that are already logged on Zoom. They are not here. Do we count those people also as part of this?
I don't think they've been counted.
Yes, can we take a look at Zoom, and then we can encourage others also to tell them to log on? Yeah.
شكرا سيد رئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that I can speak on behalf of the Caucasus of North Africa when rereading thoroughly the rules of the procedure that is in force. We would like to reaffirm that we do not need to confirm any forum during this session, because the question, according to Rule 55, refers to quorum regarding the meetings of the Parliament and not its sessions. The meetings of parliaments mean sessions. And to confirm quorum for any session takes place at the beginning or at the first day. And this is what was noted about those who were present or absent. This is through the accreditation, and the prerequisite for that was the accreditation. On the other hand, and what really reaffirms this opinion is that if Rule 55, which says that this applies to all the sessions and the meetings of all the organs, how can we combine between Rule 22, that is on its paragraph 7, which says that the legal quorum for each committee is the simple majority. And this contradicts Rule 55 if its explanation is that it implements, it applies to all the meetings, including all the organs. So in order for North Africa to remain absent or sidelined by the Bureau of Parliament, we do not need any quorum during this meeting in particular, since this quorum was confirmed on the first day of the holding of this session. Otherwise, we would wonder how could we ignore this quorum during the previous sessions, and what is about the resolutions that have been adopted during all these previous sessions. So we would like to kindly request you, Mr. President, that we move straight away to the election, because the quorum in this meeting is not required. And because, as I said, this in reference to Rule 55. Thank you.
Chairperson of the Northern Caucasus, Honorable Yusuf.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I do also reaffirm what was referred to by Dr. Abd Samad, who has a doctorate in constitutional law. We, as a caucus of Northern, and in my capacity as the chair of this caucus during this session, we met yesterday and we discussed the event which took place yesterday, and we had a discussion on the presence on the existence of a mechanism, and this is what we have came out with. And I think this is what he said is quite realistic and logical, and represents the opinions which we have heard after the meeting we held yesterday, and that the effective presence should be taken into account from the day of accreditation when we joined this session, because our presence in this session was recorded when we joined the session. If our registration is not important, why would we queue up? Would you queue up at the beginning of this session? So I would like to reaffirm what my colleague has said, as that our presence has been recorded since we entered first, we joined first this session, and we would like to kindly request the clerk of this parliament to tell us about our effective presence since the first day of this session. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President.
Where are you? Where? Stand up.
Mr. President.
Oh, yes. Okay, from there, I go.
Sayyid Rais.
Okay.
Mr. President, because of the importance of this subject, and also considering what the harm that this issue could cause to the Northern Consensus. So this rule needs a very thorough explanation. And yes, is the translation? Could you get the translation now? Can you hear the interpreter? Shall I repeat, Mr. President? So I was saying, considering the importance of this issue and all the harm that it can cause, I will repeat, Mr. President. So considering the importance of the issue and also the harm that it can cause, that is the rejection of the election of the representative from North Africa, we have prepared a memorandum, and we would like to kindly ask you to allow us to read this memorandum to the honourable members, and it will likely explain the issue very clearly, because this is a legal issue. And my colleague, Mr. Abdesamed from Morocco, has presented a summary of it, but I would kindly request you allow us to read to you this memorandum, which would clarify some aspects which would allow the Northern Caucus to carry on the election. Thank you. To carry out the election. Thank you.
Senator Mgatana.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the opportunity to also give my opinion on this. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of order. This is a house of rules. And Mr. Speaker, where there is potential different interpretation, I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat, the French is not on, I think. But I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that this is a house of rules and this is a house of order, and we are all under the Speaker or the President in this case, where there are two potential interpretations. And the first one is the one that was given by the chair, the rapporteur of the Rules Committee, and the second one is the one that has been given by our colleagues from the Northern Caucus. Mr. Speaker, you are in charge of these rules. You are in charge of the House. And where there are two potential interpretations, the buck stops with you. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I am, in fact, convinced and persuaded that, like all other parliaments, even where it is not provided for in the rules or where there are potential interpretation issues, the Speaker will normally retire to his chamber, write a considered ruling, and come and give guidance to the House so that matters are put to rest and we proceed. So, Mr. Speaker, in this case, I wanted to just say that that should be the way for us to go. But before I sit, I wanted to persuade you, Mr. Speaker, that it will be unfair for our brothers in the North to stay without representation in the Bureau because of interpretation that is not favorable to them. Mr. Speaker, let us find a way to end this matter. If it is consensus, let us finish this matter, Mr. Speaker. Let us finish it, and it can be finished by you giving a rule, and we finish this matter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, thank you. Two things. I am definitely going to give a ruling. That is coming. Then the other thing is, I want to praise all of you. Look today, we are discussing, debating in a very mature way. It's cool and nice, and this is very good, and we'll find a solution. Yesterday, we didn't get a solution because people were too annoyed. There was too much emotion. And then the whole thing got crowded in some more of politics than law. I love what you are doing this morning. You are quiet, you stand up and speak, give your views, sit down. But indeed, you are right, in the rules, when we have these differences, the chair has to give a determination. And I can assure you it is coming, how we move forward. There's a voice somewhere saying, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, Mr. President, is that everybody big? Mr. President. Everybody big?
Yes. I thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to you all. Just to add to what you said, Mr. President, and what the honorable members have said, we in the Caucus of the North discussed the issue through a very narrow explanation of the law. And because of the confidence and the trust we do share in order to come up with a common goal. I would like to recall that all the rules which have been passed in the Pan-African Parliament are reflected, are approached through an Anglo-Saxon approach. We have a different election model in the north that is more francophone. So there are two manners or two systems even for conducting the sessions, even if they are not conflicting, but there is a difference as concerns the counting of the quorum. We in the north consider that the first rule that we have to refer to is the CIRT protocol, which was adopted in 2001 and which states in its rule number 12, paragraph 2, that election for the members of the election takes place through the counting of the majority of the presence in any case, and this protocol prevails over the rules of procedure, and it is still in force. And also by reference to the present rules of procedure, which was adopted by the Pan-African Parliament and was adopted in 2001, on which we have been working. There is an approach. There are rules that refer to election, such as rule number 16. And the issue also has to do with resolutions, ordinary or extraordinary resolutions, which is referred to by 56. The legal quorum was only referred in Rule 55, which states that all the meetings of Parliament, whether extraordinary or statutory, and when you refer to Rule 86 and 87, they refer to the sessions. And here it is about questioning or accountability to the president. And so we do think and believe, Mr. President, that what the legal nature of these issues should normally apply on the origin, and that all the resolutions should be subject to voting only except one case. That is the revision of the rules concerning the Pan-African Parliament is by 2/3. So we hope that we in the North have agreed on presenting the candidacy of Dr. Fatimata, and the session has started with the quorum, and this has been recorded. So we have to vote with those who are present, and saying also that there is a discrepancy between the Anglo-Saxon system and the French system, and we hope that in the future, the forthcoming rules of procedure, that it will take into consideration that the quorum should only be adopted and reached at the beginning of the session. And we know that in accordance with international law, this is what is done. Thank you. A motion of a point of order, Mr. President.
Please, when a member is on the floor, let's avoid disorderly interjections. Who is next on the floor? Sorry, okay, yes, there are two, Fanyo and who?
We need an apologize.
Fanyo and who? The name?
Alphonse.
Okay.
Monsieur le Président.
Can we give this rule? Yesterday we debated. Today we can debate for another 10 minutes per person. Yeah, 1-2 minutes, just assist us way out rather than going round and round.
Okay. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to take the floor in order to calm our colleagues from North Africa and make a proposal. Mr. President, we can vote the issue. The second thing, if we decide to vote by consensus, given that there has been no competition and that the problem has been sorted out within the caucus, the probability is here for all by consensus endorse the candidature of the honorable. So I would like to request my colleagues to get calm, and we are not taking a ruling or a decision against the Northern Caucus. Thank you.
Honorable Fanyo, for that statement. The Northern Caucus, please feel loved, not hated by other MPs from other caucuses. Everybody wants a solution. So don't have this suspicion that some people want to stop the person who was unanimously agreed on by the caucus to sabotage that person not be in the bureau. Please don't debate with emotion thinking that some people are against you. Everybody supports your cause.
Merci.
I thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I would like to add my voice to the colleagues who have taken the floor previously, the two honorable members who have spoken, to say and consider the quorum at the beginning of this session. I believe that together we have passed this draft strategic plan without taking into consideration the quorum. And I think that we referred to the quorum of the beginning of the session. And in law, it is called jurisprudence. Jurisprudence is also another source of law. And we should refer to it. When referred to jurisprudence, we do not need to consider other aspects. I get back to jurisprudence, and I would like us to go to the vote in order for us not to waste time. Thank you.
Yesterday, when I was going out after we rose in the afternoon, an honorable member, I like being challenged. They challenged me and said, Mr. President, so if you don't accept that there is no quorum, Now, does it mean all those people that we saw in from Monday, that is nullified? Because when we saw them in, we had no quorum. Does it mean that the strategic plan which we adopted has not been adopted because with no quorum? And just to remind honorable members that even this sitting, since we started, on what we are proceeding, we have no quorum. Or this debate is also taking place, if we talk of quorum in an unprocedural manner, there is no quorum, but we're still debating. But if we stop, if we were to follow this quorum thing, this session would not sit, would have gone back on Tuesday, having realized that there is no quorum, or would come back every day suspending sitting that there's no quorum. I think one day PAP will have to think a way forward. This quorum issue for PAP to achieve sometimes almost impossible, unless we have virtual attendance. We want to close now, but I see there is, here. Otto Garepi, sorry, can you, mind you, Senator Mngatana made a correct observation, which is that the president will have to present a written rule, to make a ruling, proper ruling in writing. So, Honorable, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Mr. Otto, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a member of the Rules Committee, and we had a long time debating this, and I want to still contribute to say I'll give an example in my parliament. If we are two in the House and none of us called for a quorum, the business can still proceed. And for us, we can have even people in the offices there who came and registered here as coming for this session and decide not to come. And PAP will then break down because some people didn't come or decide not to attend the meeting. I think I want to go along with the honorable member who said, at this juncture, I think it is the interest of the people of Africa that should be respected. And our protocol states very well that every region must be represented by a member of the Bureau. And I think the North has done their part. And what we are doing here is just endorsement. And I suggest that, honorable members, if we didn't ask for quorum when we started, the first day we came here, it is only prudent for us to allow the honorable Bureau member to take a seat at the top table there, and we proceed with the interest of the people of Africa.
Président ici, ouais pas?
I thank you, Mr. President. I would like also to endorse all that has been said by my colleagues from the North African Caucus. I would like to ask two questions, with your permission, Mr. President, to you. The first question, why am I not seeing the voting ballots, you know? Because when you see those ballots, then you feel more comfortable. We would like to see these ballots here. The second question, Mr. President, is why it is only during the election of North Africa that we are referring to quorum. Everybody is talking about quorum. In this session, I would like to kindly ask you to provide us with a clarification. Please bring the ballots and put them here, because ballots mean democracy. Seeing the ballots would make us more comfortable. Thank you.
I think that question is proper. Each time we have elections, we see ballot boxes. But this time, no, I don't know. Sorry, I don't know why. Even my voice is refusing to come out. Because it's a very difficult question. I'm also uncomfortable to reply. Let's wind up and we find a way forward. Do you think there's anything new? All right, Honorable Alex. Felix, sorry.
Mr. President, I've been reflecting on this matter and I've read through the rules, and I think we have one way to go. In most parliaments, we have the authority to suspend any rule. And when I read through the rules here, there is no rule that prevents us from suspending any rule. So I want to propose that we do agree to suspend Rule 55, which talks about the quorum, to enable us to proceed with our meeting. So in that way, Mr. President, I would like to formally move a motion that, considering the debate that has gone on here for two days, and considering the fact that we have been hampered by the presence of most members of parliament, some members are not present in the House, some members have gone for elections, some members have not been able to send their members to participate in this session. I therefore move that we suspend Rule 55 to enable us to proceed with the elections. Mr. President, I beg to move.
President here.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. I thank you, Mr. President. I'm from Tunisia. I will refer to the protocol of the African Union. I will read it in French. The quorum for any session of the Pan-African Parliament is made up of the simple majority. For all sessions, the protocol has referred to the session. I would like to ask the clerk and the legal officer whether this session has benefited or has got the simple majority, and whether the members who have participated in this session represent the simple majority. If it is the case, then let us head to the elections. Otherwise, let us pack up and go back to our countries. Every session, each session needs the counting of the quorum or the numbers, and this is what is stated by the protocol in 1211. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank you, Mr. President. Madam Shiniti from Tunisia. We are facing a legal issue here. We, as a caucus from the North, have agreed on presenting the candidature of Madam Fatimatu. And the Bureau is made up of 4 members. And whether the vote of the President of the Pan-African Parliament is prevailing. So I would like the Bureau to hold an urgent meeting and decide whether member Madame Fatoumata be part of the Bureau. The President of the Pan-African Parliament has a prevailing vote, so we have full confidence in you, Mr. President.
Okay. Honorable Président, merci pour la parole.
Honorable President, thank you for giving me the floor. I think that we should appoint a representative from North Africa in this session because in accordance with Rule 12, paragraph 10, it says the vacancy of the position of President and Vice President is filled during the session intervening after the vacancy. So the protocol is suggesting to us that we appoint in this session the appointment of the candidate. We will certainly not come up with a solution on the forum. We must be sincere to say that there will be no solution to find within our rules of procedure on the issue of quorum because the forum has not been reached. And in order for this election to take place, we must follow the path which was indicated, the motion which was raised by our Committee on Rules, which calls for a hybrid meeting. That is subsequent meeting. We in the DRC, we have experienced it, and it's been 10 years that we are holding sessions without a quorum. We have included this hybrid meeting. When the quorum has not been reached, then the session is adjourned, and then it's reconvened in 10 minutes so that the issue of the quorum is not taken into account. So you have the possibility as the President regarding this motion to suspend the session and come back after 10 minutes and then proceed without taking into consideration the quorum. Because if we refer only to rules of procedure and the quorum, we will not come up with a solution. This is a track which should have allowed the Committee on Rules to come up solutions on holding virtual meetings. So for the time being, we will do it only because we have to sort out the problem, but for the future, we will have to introduce it within our rules of procedure. Thank you.
I thought we had concluded. Maybe I've been too much this side. This side, no. I don't see any there. Anyone on this block? Yes.
Chair, I want to agree with the suggestions that have come forward that we finish this agenda today. And I want to take us back to Rule 56 on voting and what voting actually means. Because in Rule 56, voting is supposed to be a decision. And in Rule 56B, it says a decision of the House shall be made by consensus. And then Rule 56C says it is where there is no consensus decision of the House that we vote by 2/3 majority of the members present. There seems to be clear consensus in the House. And Mr. President, the consensus started from the North. Already the North have given the lead by giving us consensus. They have even the candidates that were two initially, the male candidate stepped down. So we only have one candidate. In fact, I don't want the box there. Yes. I want us to make the consensus to go through and we make a pronouncement of this candidate, Mr. President. Because it is obvious that we have started by consensus and we are now ready. Thank you.
No, remain standing. Professor, can you repeat the statement that caused the loudest applause?
Acclamation.
The one that caused the loudest acclamation, and it is what I believe, Mr. President, is that consensus yesterday took place from the North. They gave us two candidates, and the one candidate from Mauritania stepped down. So we only have one candidate. And because consensus does not really require the box, consensus is when the whole House says yes. So my suggestion is that we will vote by acclamation that you give us the ayes and the nays, and we will make acclamation now, and we finish it. We don't need the box.
She's saying we don't need a ballot box. She's saying we don't need a ballot box. Is that the consensus again?
Non, on doit voter, Président. On doit voter.
Honorable Said Ibrahim Said yesterday was against this idea. Honorable Said.
شكرا سيد
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask our honorable colleagues to understand what we were trying to say yesterday. We're not trying to block the situation or prevent us from moving forward. If you would rather vote in this way, we understand. But our point was that all the other vice presidents took their seats through an official vote, and we would like our candidate from the north to have the same legitimacy. And we don't see why this should be a problem. We don't want to have a situation tomorrow where somebody tells the vice president from the Northern Caucasus that they are not legitimate. I would like us to vote for our candidate so that she has that legitimacy. Thank you. That is the type of consensus that we want.
From Egypt, Asna. Osna, yes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I will speak this time in Arabic so that all the North Caucasus, they understand me. I was not able to attend the meeting last night. أنا من الشمال وأكتر واحدة.
So this is an issue that's obviously very close to my heart, and I am very supportive of our candidate. But I think that we need to respect the law and the rules to ensure that our vice president has legitimacy, as my honorable colleague has just expressed, so that there are absolutely no doubts as to her legitimacy on the Bureau. And so in terms of the rules and in terms of everything that has been discussed this morning, we spoke about the issue of quorum and the fact that we did not have a quorum to vote in the strategic plan or for colleagues taking the oath. And so let us follow the protocol of the African Union. Let us not allow the Pan-African Parliament to lose credibility. And please allow North Africa to be represented officially, but according to the rules. And for the moment, one of the colleagues spoke about virtual voting and hybrid sessions. That is not currently part of our rules, but we want that our candidate, Fatoumata, to be a legitimate member of the Bureau. So please, can we go ahead with a vote? Let us end the debate and move on with the vote. And let's find a final solution to this problem.
Said a lot of good things, some of them contradictory. Some of them contradictory. Yes, next to the professor. In red.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think you, in terms of legitimacy, when this House votes by acclamation, we agree that the candidate has passed as the Vice President, the candidate will have all legitimacy of the House. And if the President gives that direction, then we vote, then, Your Excellency, you have actually said that you want the North to not go 7 months without being in the Bureau. That means you care for the North being in there. But the North seems to be against this vote happening. They're the ones that are actually having a problem. They've given us a candidate and they're actually contradicting the vote. Can you tell us, are you not for this candidate? Because there's something going on in the North, and we are willing to give you legitimacy by voting by acclamation to put the Vice President in so that the Vice President can actually be able to represent you on the table. We will vote and the Vice President will take the seat there. That is legitimacy. How much more legitimacy do you want? Tell us if you don't want the candidate, because it seems that there is a problem in the North. If you want the candidate and you've presented the candidate to us, allow us to vote by acclamation and let us have the first Vice President take her seat and be legitimate in office. Thank you.
That is what I say.
Yeah, I'll come.
Monsieur le Président.
I'll come to you, Honorable Yusuf, as the last one, as chair of caucus, to summarize everything, not now. Yeah, we should end this debate. And some are already signaling me that let's close the debate. Let's close the debate. We need to close the debate. Yes, we close as I give the acting chairperson or the caucus to summarize.
Yeah. Shukran, Sayyid Rais.
Thank you, Mr. President. Within the Northern Caucus, we have agreed on the candidacy of the Honorable from Mauritania. And so we achieved consensus in the Northern Caucus, and the second candidate withdrew. And we have spoken in this House about the issue of quorum. We have listened to legal opinions from the Honorable Abdel Massad from Morocco and other legal opinions. Dr. Abdel Massad is very knowledgeable in terms of the law. And we've heard our colleague from Algeria. And we have absolutely no problem with the candidacy of our Honorable Fatoumata from Mauritania. We are all in agreement in the Northern Caucus, and we're asking for you, Mr. President, you and the Bureau, to ensure that our candidate finally takes her seat at the table. We respect the law, the rules, and we would like the Bureau to continue to benefit from the participation of the Northern Caucus in the Bureau. Thank you.
As follows. It is lunchtime. It is lunchtime. We'll break for lunch.
No break, Mr. President.
Monsieur le Président.
No break.
Please.
No break.
No break, Monsieur le Président.
All right. I hear the noise. You will be reminded of what Honorable Senator. Interpreters, are you there? Interpreters, are you there?
Yes, sir. Interpreters are online. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. President.
You know, when you are in this chair, you have to think. If it is by consensus, we can finalize now. But if it is going to involve voting, then it means we have to break for lunch to enable the staff to bring the necessary instruments for voting. Because it will take us another 30, 40 minutes sitting here. Yet we can break, they prepare, and we move. Yes.
Okay.
So
break now.
Right. So if we are going to do it by consensus, then we close now and do consensus. But among yourselves, some are saying, no, consensus we don't want. We want to vote. If we are to vote, you want to allow the staff to put in the instruments here. It will take them a few, right. So that's much better. And it will allow me to give my written statement whilst they prepare for the actual final part of it. At the end of the day, the vice president should sit in this chair because we can't continue to keep this matter in suspense. So we come back at 2 to close this chapter. Thank you.
Let me know if it's behind me. Is it on?
As long as the caucus agrees.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Oh, he's going to the washroom.
Honorable members, myself.
Waiting to do my work. Come on. Oh, that's really good. Change too much. I don't like them. Because they need to make the vice president the look at the right? Yes. Then convict is on Friday. Then Friday will be late. Shall we? Now. Honorable members, Mr. President,
Good afternoon, honorable members. We can take our seats. Before I give my ruling on this matter, I would want to, first of all, ascertain how many MPs we have physically, individually. Order, because we are counting numbers for attendance register. Those that are not members of parliament exit the main chamber.
He's only three. Then the easiest thing to do is once drop them easily is to let them enter the chamber. You need to connect them in the chamber to receive it, confirm they are done. This one you do. Which one?
Honorable members, I'm advised that the physical count, 79, that's the physical count, plus 3 online. Sorry? Online, how many? There are 4. Jacob, the IT person. Where is Jacob?
Mr. President,
Where are you?
I'm in the control room, sir.
Control room, good. How many do we have on?
We have 4, but Honorable Alhaji Mbao is on the floor, so it's 3 online.
Alhaji Mbao is here. Sorry, take your floor. Honorable, take your floor.
Say the rise.
Honorable Chair, yes, Honorable Chair. We, at the beginning of the session in this morning, we have spoke about the quorum and that it will be defined by accreditation or by the badge, and we would like to thank you as presidency that you said that we can include members online who are not physically here. So we would like to ask you to give us the chance to have at least half an hour to contact the rest of the members to join us online. Especially that we have contacted now the chairs of the caucus, and we are working in order to get the highest number of members to join us online. So I would like to give us the chance to work on that. Thank you.
Then that brings me to expressing my views and determination. I have received advice before doing this from within your debates, from our legal counsel seated over there. They've also given me advice. We met as a bureau over lunch. The bureau made its input. As a way forward, let's agree first that having a quorum is sacrosanct, legally sacrosanct. We cannot ignore the quorum. Otherwise, we invite unnecessary and avoidable legitimacy issues and even legal issues. We are all in this room educated, experienced leaders. So where it leads to the infringement of the law, as parliamentarians, we avoid. So I will not go into details of what Article 12.2 says, 12.11 says. I think we have heard too much of this from the debate. But at the same time, I want to emphasize that the spirit of the African Union in forming its organs is that they want inclusivity and regional balance. Regional balance is a principle that is clear in Article 12.2 on regional representation, which reflects the AU's vision of fostering unity and inclusivity across Africa's diverse regions. This provision exists to ensure that the legislative processes within PAP remains inclusive, reflecting the voices and interests of all AU organs. Any rule or interpretation that limits or obstructs this requirement would compromise the PAP's purpose and contradict the AU's foundational principles. So the intention of Article 12.2 is further reinforced by the fact that the Pan-African Parliament was established to serve as a continental parliament with a representative mandate. This mandate cannot be fulfilled if any region is excluded from participation. So by allowing all regions to be represented, Article 12.2 safeguards against imbalances and ensures that the legislative activities are generally pan-African in scope. So upholding this regional representation mandate is therefore central to the legitimacy and credibility of the PAP. We have noticed some conflict between Quorum rule and Article 12.2, but that is why we are here. Authority of the President of the PAP on some of the requirements. I will not even go into detail, but I want to quickly say the only possible practical way is that whilst there's a view to say, let's move to February, when we have probably a quorum, I think the way forward is that let's have hybrid. Let's do hybrid, those in this room and those outside. for which the chairperson, acting chairperson of Northern Caucasus is saying, give us more time so that we mobilize those that are not in this room. And I think ultimately the conclusion is that we will vote in a hybrid fashion. There are those that will say, no, the virtual voting is not in our rules. And the answer is that in terms of the same rules, we can ourselves bring in those that are not here. It is a notorious practice at the AU to conduct business and even to vote electronically at the mother organs in Addis Ababa. Order here, order there. So I'm saying virtual voting or conducting meetings virtually is a practice of the African Union, and they do it every day. So PAP would not be the only one doing it. But the question arises is, right, where is it in the rules? First of all, during COVID, we conducted meetings as PAP, several of them, virtually. And I know some guidelines could have been adopted or not, but the solution is, once we have a quorum in a hybrid fashion, we will then ask membership in a quorum, constituting a quorum, to agree that these are the guidelines and we should proceed to election based on the attendance with a quorum. We will agree that hybrid will be the way to go for this election. That one legally we can wait for whoever wants to challenge us. I think that is proper. Once we agree, but we have to constitute a quorum first. Then we agree to proceed with the election, which is hybrid. And to me, that is not challengeable. Let's leave all the other arguments about this and that. Let's get the numbers. Let's get more MPs. If each delegation, if each caucus chair were to conduct all those who are north, south, central, we're going to succeed. If we can't succeed now, we will succeed tomorrow. But we have to succeed. It's possible if we all consult with those that are not here, and we know them. They can sit, we agree tomorrow, if to now, if it's 30 minutes, Honorable Yusuf, I don't know whether in 30 minutes we can raise a number of 30 MPs to connect. Are you confident you can do it? Inshallah, God willing. All right, I will allow 3 hands only. Someone was talking somewhere. I think it's between, is it possible in 30 minutes or it's possible tomorrow morning? Okay, Honorable.
Yeah, Sayyid Rais.
Mr. President, you know, Mr. President, you know that the convening of this session is at the end of the year, and you know that we as MPs and representatives of the nations always at the end of the year We have commitments, national commitments in our countries. So majority of the members, or most of the members, they attend in the beginning of the session, and in the second week, due to circumstances and their national obligations, they leave. That's why I request 30 minutes, and I hope that there will be appropriate number to complete the quorum. Please give us 30 minutes, and then we can head in the correct direction. Thank you very much.
Minutes means 4:15, basically. By 4:15, Honorable Patrick, procedure.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I know you're struggling now to raise the numbers. But in politics, it's candidates that mobilize voters. I am here. I don't know who the candidate is. And I've been consulting, asking different colleagues of mine, who is the candidate? Up to now, I've not known the candidate. I have only seen the chairperson of Northern Caucus speaking. I don't know this candidate, whether she cannot speak. Since these deliberations began, an effort should be made by the candidate. Mr. President, and I'm pleading with you and this parliament, when there is no competition, these things we are going to be facing them now and again. Competitions for elections mobilizes voters to be around on the voting day. But we started here saying that once a caucus produces a candidate, it's fine. Now we are here struggling. It's amazing. If somebody is picking this since yesterday, we are here. The whole day we are looking for quorum. But if it was, this mobilization was done by the candidates themselves, I remember you on the day when you wanted to be president again. You worked so hard, even when I never wanted you to be president again. You worked so hard to ensure that we have members here. So now we are here with somebody who wants to be a president, not known, no poster outside, nothing, completely. That's why we are struggling. Even if you call members to come online, they are going to come online and ask who is the candidate, what is, this, we are politicians, we know what goes on in politics. Mr. President, I plead with you, these 30 minutes, we are not going to achieve the numbers. Let us give another day. Let all caucuses know that there is voting. Let us share the poster of the candidate on all our platforms. And we plead with the members that please, on such and such a day, such and such an hour, we have a candidate. We need somebody in the bureau. Mr. President, once we are unable to achieve that, when members participate, I really think we are going to create a different situation. Because even when you ask me to vote, some people may not give you the vote that you want. Because now you're dealing with the issue whether we vote or not. But you're going to deal with another problem. I cannot just vote somebody I don't know. Because that's now another problem. You may not raise the numbers. So can we really do what politics demands us to do? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Why are you not clapping? I'm joking. No, clapping is from your heart. Clapping is from your heart. Anyway, we hear the submissions by Honorable Patrick from Uganda about who should be the candidate. I think the answer lies with the person. The answer lies with the person herself. But in terms of procedure, at this stage, we only have the candidate to present themselves once we've cleared everything to do with quorum, and now we are in the election gear, ballot boxes there, then we ask the candidates to come and motivate themselves. At this stage, we are still addressing the preliminary procedural issues. But in the meantime, the candidate is free to walk to Honorable Patrick and say, I'm the one you are asking for. Then we proceed. Anyway, Honorable Patrick has opposed the 30 minutes. He says, better we do it maybe tomorrow when we have adequate time. Honorable Brahim.
Shukran. Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable President, you have gave us an order that there is that we have 30 minutes, only 30 minutes, and the election would be arranged. And the chamber said that they need consensus to proceed to election. These are our demands, and this is what we were waiting for. When we went for this 30 hours, maybe the Bureau met, and when the Bureau meets and the Northern Caucasus is not there, the North voice will not be here to proceed to elections. And you have met alone with the absence of the Northern Caucasus to come up with a decision that satisfy all. Therefore, Mr. President, I call in the sake of unity of this parliament and to move forward. North Africa is 7 countries only. The other regions, they have 12 or 14 countries. Therefore, North, if they come to this meeting, will not give you the quorum, and due to the number, not due to the absence of members. But 7 countries are not 14 countries. If the North Africa 14 countries, then the chamber will be full of North Africa members. Therefore, we support Mauritania to continue in this position, and there is no other different voice in our caucus. Therefore, we request from the Bureau and this August Parliament to understand this situation and move forward so North Africa can assume its position that is stipulated in the law and the rule of the procedures and all the protocols that we work according to. Thank you, Mr. President.
I believe as we debate, we are eating into the 30 minutes. So wherever you are sitting, you are doing your work to invite. You are inviting other members to join virtually. Yeah, I believe you are doing that. There's no debate without also mobilizing other members to come on board. Now, Honorable Brahim Said, yes, the Bureau met over lunch. And it's the only business that we did over lunch. And then you say the North was not represented. It is true. Because currently there is no first vice president. So in a typical Bureau meeting, there is no North. That's why we're struggling to ensure that we get a member from the North. But out of inclusiveness spirit, we asked Honorable Yusuf, the acting chair, to come into the Bureau meeting, and he attended the latter part just to hear what each Bureau member had to say. That did happen, and he can confirm it actually happened. And he knows how things went. And but the determination which I've made now, of course, is coming from the president. On the advice and listening from the Bureau, our legal position, from the legal officer, whose view may not agree with what I'm saying now, but ultimately, this chair also, in terms of rules, I'm given the authority to decide ultimately. So, Honorable Ibrahim, the route that we have now can work. We can invite members from 10 from each caucus. It's possible. They can join in and we have a quorum and we move forward. It's possible. I see hands. I want to see people on the phones calling those outside, sending messages. Say, please, can you go and join? This is the link. Quickly, we need to spend more time on improving the numbers than arguing with the chair or debating a motion whose conclusion is that let's invite other members to join in. Once we have a quorum, then we can proceed. And that's very easy to achieve. Yes. Honorable Mbo, West Africa Caucus, we believe you have mobilized yours. Yes. Honorable Duduzela, Southern Caucus, we have people in Malawi, Mozambique who are not in this room. You can be assisted by the vice chair there from Mozambique. You can get from Mozambique, you can get from Malawi. In Namibia, there are those that are not here, several. From Southern Africa, there are several, including Angola. We can get the numbers. Central Africa, Honorable Felix. Is Honorable Felix here? Yeah, which side? This side, okay, sorry. We believe you have all mobilized Central Africa. Are you in touch with, sorry? We mean Felix, chair of Central Caucus. Sorry? Or not you can have. I mean from Burundi. Yes, mobilize Central Africa. Burundi delegation, sorry, Rwanda delegation went back. Honorable Bideli, that is East Africa. Honorable Bideli is a whole team of 5 from Rwanda, went back.
May the president please move the headsets from the microphone?
Yeah, Honorable Bideli, I can mention several, almost each country. So let's do that. But there are those who still want to raise 1 or 2 issues. The floor is yours. Yeah. I start from here. I'll come over there. Let me start from there.
Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mao Sampa, Chairperson of CAPA Committee on Audit and Public Finance. Mr. President, I want to commend you for the position you've taken right at the end, where you've used your powers to say the quorum has to be there, be it by hybrid, by people logging in virtual. That is commendable, Mr. President. At no time should this parliament break any of its rules. The rules were made for a reason. And this parliament is an African parliament. So it's paramount, it's superior to all our 52 countries' domestic parliaments. Mr. President, I want to give a background and also use you as an example. There were elections in this house for president not long ago. They took long because there was debate and debate on rules. And at the end of the day, all rules were clear. And one of the contentious issues was on quorum. Even on the rules that we had passed in this house, others objected because there was no quorum on that day. So the AU moved in and the rules were nullified. But as for the elections, Mr. President, there was a lot of debate. But the rules were all put in place and observed. And there it was, Mr. President. I'll be the first to say that the election took place very fair, and you, the President, won fairly and squarely, and no one can dispute that because all the rules were observed. So even in this instance, it's very easy for us. I think there is consensus. We know that the Northern Caucus have got a consensus, and there was a debate on a consensus. Well, consensus is when everybody has agreed 100%, but we can see that there's one or two who are objecting, indirectly or directly. The only way to settle that is through a vote, but also that vote, back in our parliament in Zambia, just one objection. Everyone said, yes, we agree with this position with the speaker. But one objection leads to a vote. So that's where we are, and I commend you. We should go to a vote, and even the vote should be within the rules. It's 2/3. And then after that, no one can object legally or otherwise. The onus is on the Southern Caucus. You have a candidate you want us to support.
North.
The North. The North, it's your decision as a caucus, but it has to go through the rules. And the rule says the quorum has to be there, and the person that you give us has to win by 2/3. That has to be obeyed. How we achieve to that is yourselves to ensure that we achieve that. And we want to see that candidate also. The candidate, as my colleague from Uganda said, has not campaigned to us. We have not even seen the candidate. But that said, in conclusion, Mr. President, I want to commend you for your decision, which you've just taken, that the rules must be followed, and this must be commended, because this is a parliament of rules and not a parliament of expedience. I thank you, Mr. President.
Oui. Vas-y, si tu veux, moi j'y avais demain. Non,
Ils sont des redites.
Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie.
Mr. President, I thank you. Mr. President, I should like to ask you a question. At the beginning, you said that you had an opinion from the legal counsel. I wanted to know if you have asked the legal counsel what will happen to the strategic plan, which we voted on yesterday whilst we had no quorum. Tomorrow, if we are going to vote on the rules of procedure, what are we going to do? It's just to say that when we spoke about consensus, I think it's not really necessary to have all the points of view about that. The candidate is behind you for the one who has just spoken. She's sitting on my right. She is standing up and she is on my right. This is Dr. Fatima Touadiji, former minister in Mauritania many times. She's a pediatric doctor. So, Mr. President, it was also to tell you that we don't need to spend the whole day on this. We need to continue and move forward. Thank you.
Good. This parliament is rich. Yes.
سيد الرئيس احنا اجتمعنا اليوم الصباح وكانت الامور
Today in the morning, Mr. President, things were clear, and we spoke about the difference between the meeting and the session, and we agreed to come back in the afternoon to vote. So we cannot change the decisions that we made so hastily. Let us go back to the beginning, and it will really be an obstacle to our work in the future. Why? Because we have made a decision already, and we need to go forward according to this decision. Honorable Nelia has asked for the ballot boxes. You said, go and have lunch, and we'll come back after lunch to vote. So I think that we are setting a precedent. The Parliament should be balanced. And yesterday, we voted on the strategic plan. And today we are asking for a quorum. So tomorrow we can't say we will not be able to vote. So there has to be one policy to be applied. We respected our decision, and as you said, Mr. President, we should now be voting. Thank you.
I need to give clarifications. You say Honorable Laira said, where are the ballot boxes? And you are raising, these ballot boxes are here. They are here. They are here in front. They are here.
She asked for ballot papers, Mr. President. I'm sorry, ballot papers.
The quorum issues, then we vote. They are ready. The staff are ready with everything. The ballot box, on that they are transparent. They are not the typical boxes of the past, but they are there. So the ballot boxes are here. The issue of, and I'm saying this in the hope that you are also mobilizing more numbers as I respond. I hope we are getting more numbers. The issue of maybe the interpretation was not clear.
Ballot papers.
Strategic plan, no, we didn't vote. For us to vote, we need a quorum. So we didn't vote for the strategic plan, we only adopted it by acclamation. Now, as has been said, for the vice president, you can't use acclamation or consensus. The rules say for a person to be a president or vice president, they should get at least a, what do you call it, simple majority, which means 50+1. It's a requirement that there should be some votes which are counted and they get 50+1. And I'm trying to assist that we achieve exactly that. You are my brothers and sisters. We love you a lot. So we want you to be happy and you be happy. We are working together. Yes. Or the candidate. Candidate, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس جزاكم الله خيرا.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very, very much for all the efforts that you are making so that we can reach our objective, and that is in the interest of the Pan-African Parliament, because the image that we have before us is a very beautiful one, but it is an image where the position of first vice president is missing. And this image will reflect the fact that each African citizen will be able to see himself or herself in that picture. And the picture has to be complete as soon as possible, because it will be a success for us and for you in Africa. I'm going to be speaking in French now. I should like to thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to introduce myself. Dr. Fatima Touhabib is my name. I am from Mauritania. I am currently MP at the National Assembly of Mauritania. I am former Ministry of Vocational Training, Habitat and Social Affairs. I am and actually a gynecologist and obstetrician. I worked many, many years in the field as a doctor in order to attempt to help the people of Mauritania. I am introducing myself before you, Honorable President, and before you parliamentarians, and I'm also vice president of the National, I was vice president of the National Assembly of Mauritania. I represent Mauritania here, and I would like to represent the North group, the North region, because this seat belongs to North Africa. I see that it is a very good picture. It is an honor for us to see such a beautiful picture, such a beautiful image. But unfortunately, there is a vacant position for the first vice president. And it's not normal. We have followed up with each other. We have really concentrated on the picture we want to see. So the position belongs to the northern region. First vice president of our Pan-African Parliament. So everything I'm asking on my own behalf, it's not only to get the position, but for this picture to be adjusted and modified to reflect the African reality. And the position must go to the northern region. Thank you.
Another round of applause, louder now. To be honest, I'm waiting for her to move from there to come and sit here the moment we finish all the protocols and procedures. We are waiting for her to move to come and sit here. So let's clear the road for her to come and sit. The chair is there, is empty. The chair has nobody. The office right now, there's nobody. She's entitled to a vehicle as a vice president is parked, waiting for her, and the others, and the others. There's no competition. Everything is waiting for her. Yes, shukran, Gesilen. Yes, we are waiting for her. Look, the quality of the person is also very high. Eh? Yes, we have a medical doctor in the room. Who knows, one day she may even help assist us in the chamber if there is an emergency. Very welcome, very welcome. Yes. Yusuf, are you succeeding? Sorry? Are you succeeding?
نعم سيد الرئيس، نحن الآن قريبا إن شاء الله على الوصول إلى الرقم المطلوب.
Arabic?
Yes, Mr. President, we are about to reach the number what we are looking for.
Good.
So just we need some minutes.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Tony.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for your information, on a lighter note, whilst we are still mobilizing the Southern Caucus, it's just to note that some of the MPs are willing to join, but they are reporting that they don't have data. Otherwise, they will all be joining. They will be voting, but
it is indeed a lighter note.
It is a lighter note, Mr. President.
It's indeed a lighter note.
And Honorable Samba has been trying to motivate them. to come and join.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Mozambique should give us a good number. And Angola, Rwanda should give us 5. Rwanda should give us 5.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
From Rwanda.
Yes, please, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. We actually working. At least we will actually be able to get 3 more votes from Mozambique.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Hello.
Mr. President.
Hello. Yes, hello.
From Tunisia, from here.
Tunisia. Tunisia, Tunisia. Where Tunisia? This side? Yes. Eh? Go ahead.
شكرا سيد الرئيس على
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. I should like to greet you, yourself, as well as all the colleagues in Africa. Mr. President, you know very well how much we appreciate you and respect you and how much we have esteem for you. Unfortunately, what happened yesterday and what happened today can be considered as some kind of aggression towards the Northern Caucasus, almost like an aggression towards the northern region. We have heard many pleasant statements. Let me repeat. Well, what we are exposed to today and what we were exposed to yesterday, from a political and traditional point of view, can be qualified as aggression towards the Northern Caucasus. We have listened to many pleasant statements. We heard that there were many good intentions, but we didn't want to hear only words. We want action. We have a common history of colonization, occupation. Our geography is more or less the same. Unfortunately, today we see that you are attached to the rules and you do not consider Pan-Africanism. And this is against the interests of the Northern Caucasus. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Northern Caucasus, we love you. Don't move away from others. You are trying to walk away from others and you want to stand alone. You are not alone. Just now, Honorable Lucia is not from the Northern Caucasus. She says, I've mobilized all the other 4 Cape Verde. They have connected. They are not from the Northern region. So I think be careful sometimes with these political statements. You are alienate yourselves. You are alienating yourselves by trying to argue as if it's Northern Caucasus. When these rules were made, they did not have Northern Caucasus or Central Caucasus in mind. They were just written for everybody. These are rules that apply to everybody. To be president here in March, a quorum was first ascertained. And there were about 176. 176. The quorum was about 107. There were 176 here. And when I won, I got 138 votes, exceeding the quorum. So it's not done only to the Northern Caucasus. It has been done to all Caucasus. But when you present your points, please, please, we appeal to you. Do not politicize a legal process. Some of your members from the North are not even here to support the North. Your own numbers as North are not 100% in this room. But others are working hard. We hear Honorable Mbo mobilizing, Honorable Lucia, just to the Mozambique said they have 3. Surely you should say people love you, rather than to try and attack and say we, the Northern Caucasus, people are against us. There is no reason not to work with you. Because these other Caucasus do not compete for positions in the Northern Caucasus. If anything, we should thank us what we've done to bring rotation and balance. One of the regions that was affected is Northern Caucasus. You didn't have sometimes no chair of a committee, sometimes not even a vice chairman. But today, because of what we've done, we've said we are all equal. We should support every region. Today, Egypt has a chair, Morocco has a chair, Algeria has a chair, Libya is vice chair of caucus, Sahrawi vice chair. It's only Tunisia because they came a bit late. Almost every country, in some cases 2. Egypt has 2, 3 in bureaucracies. It never used to happen. They know if they had 2 people in the bureaucracies, they were lucky. But because we said we need to work together, we brought them. Now they are also participating. So don't just accuse others who actually love you, truly love you. That is the truth. I don't see anyone raising up their hand.
Here. I'm here. Here.
Okay. No, I'll go here. Here.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just need a little bit of clarity on how we are going to proceed. Assuming our colleagues get the numbers, those that are working on the online, I just want to know how you're guiding that we are going to be proceeding, because the hybrid that you've introduced is not in our rules. And since it's not in the rules, are we proceeding by first adopting that, or are we proceeding by voting straight? So that, because I just need to know how we are going to proceed, putting in mind the Article 12 of the protocol, which states which gives that we need to have a 2/3 majority for us to adopt any rule. Thank you.
Thank you. The technical side of the voting would invite the head of IT in PAP, Jacob. We have actually asked him to explain to us whether it is possible to vote secretly using this system. He confirmed that it's very, very possible. We have that IT capacity. The other question is, these are guidelines. These are guidelines. Guidelines for voting do not stand the position of, just like they are here with the ballot papers, whether they are blue or white, it's not something to put in the law. But as you said, when everybody is logged in, we now have a quorum. We will then raise the issue of saying, for this election, can we agree to use hybrid? And once that is adopted, I do not doubt that we'll be proceeding procedurally, because since 2021 or 2020, there was an instruction within the AU that we use virtual or hybrid from the AU. And we have been doing that. So if we have a quorum and we agree on that methodology, I have no doubt we'll be proceeding correctly. So, but we need a quorum to agree on that first. But that's just an electro-administrative way of doing it. There was a hand, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Honorable Patrick Isamba is citing the protocol, actually explaining that we need 2/3 to change the rule. Nobody is changing the rule here. We are just interpreting presence in the House, meaning also virtual attendance. It is about interpretation of the rule of presence. Yes. It is not about changing the rule. So we don't need that 2/3 majority, which talks about a changing and adoption of amending the rules. We are not doing that. Second, Mr. President, I like to calm down the fears of my brother here. By the way, we are very close friends. We are here because we want to get the Northern Caucus representative in the seat. How can we then be accused to be unfair to you? We came here this afternoon, actually in the morning. We've been seated here waiting patiently such that you are represented. Patiently. We are contributing all along, finding a solution to what seems to be a technical challenge. Other than trying to bypass what lawyers call legal engineering, let us do things the correct way. Because we are in this together. Let us not talk about Northern Caucus. This is the African Union. This is the African continent. That's why we are here. As of now, we are looking forward to electing our first vice president. We are not looking forward to electing somebody from the Northern Caucus. No, that president is going to be ours. All of us. He's not going to be your president. He's going to be the president of the entire institution. So, colleagues, especially from the Northern Caucus, get us correct. We are in here. Actually, the first vote should be mine for her. But I want it to be done the correct way. Because why do we have to bypass the rule, even when we are doing a good thing? If you want to do a good thing, do it well. And do it in accordance with the rules, with the law. And we all move together. So this is not something about the Northern Caucus. Please, please save us that. This is about Africa, and we are going to vote for the candidate. She has no opponent. And we have patiently been waiting here to exactly give you the chance to join the Bureau like any other region. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor once again. Before I say what I wanted to say, I'd like for the President to know our names as well. When you call the colleagues by their names, we are jealous. It would sound like your attention is not very, it is not full. And also, I'd like to calm down our colleagues from the Northern Africa Caucus. I've called the colleagues from Rwanda as well while I was here. The 5 MPs from Rwanda are online, and they are ready. They stand ready to vote. So we are together, and Africa is united for this cause. I'd like to also mention an adage that we use in the DRC. You cannot do something tomorrow if you can do it today. So we are determined to finish with it today. That is what I want to say. Thank you.
DRC, Honorable from DRC, it's unfortunate I don't know you by name, but you are fairly new in PAP. If we could introduce a system where an MP stands up and say, my name is from DRC, you would assist everybody in the chair to know people much faster. But can I have your name then? Yeah, so I'm writing down so that I don't forget, I then get to know you. You can write your name, you can tell me your name.
My name is Alphonse Ngoyi Kassange. You can also only say Honorable Alphonse. That will suffice. Thank you.
Yeah, for your contributions are progressive. Yes, you are new, but your contributions are very progressive. Yes, so I want to thank you. Merci beaucoup. Honorable Mbo, I think, was raising his hand. Sorry?
Yes, thank you. I was just saying that we are very close. So we need around 5 or so. So let's call. So let's keep calling so that we get the number. Yeah.
5 only.
Very close. Yeah. We are very
close. That's good. Can the members also get us more? Yes. Again, I'll be accused of the name. Yes, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to attract your attention, so I'll wait until you're done with the clock.
You know, you spoke from that side. So when you came here, I was wondering, no, this can't be Sampai's over there. But then we'll proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Someone was on my chair at the time, so I sat there. Mr. President, I want to take it up from the previous speaker when he ended by saying, we just have to do it and get over and done with, so that we just finish. I'll wait for Director Wawa to finish with the president. So the previous speaker from our neighbor Congo DR said, we need to finish, just get and done with it, so that we finish and we knock off and we go, so that we just do it. Mr. President, there lies in where I start my submission for under 2 minutes. This, Mr. President, is a parliament of Africa. We just don't leave our countries to come here just to get things over and done with for the sake of it. We have to follow rules. This rule book, if you're a Christian, this is the Bible. If you're a Muslim, this is the Quran. If you're a Buddhist, this is the Bhagavad Gita. If you are witchcraft, I don't know what you call it. But this has to be followed to the latter. It cannot be compromised at convenience. Just because we want to go for lunch, we say, let's break this rule, and because we have to break for lunch. Or now we have been here the whole day, let's just go. No, we have to follow in there. And whatever we do, we have to quote it. If it's in our countries, this is what they call the constitution. So the moment we break anything in there, then we are killing our own parliament. So even whatever we do, we must be able to cite.
What?
Honorable Speaker, I raise a point of order because the speaker is misrepresenting the former speaker. What the former speaker simply said, let's endeavor to complete this work. Yeah. Let's not procrastinate something that we can do today. That's what he said. He is not saying let's just brush things aside. He did not say that. I did not hear that. Thank you.
Okay, yes?
Is it a double point of order?
Double point of order?
يا شكرا سيد الرئيس نعم. What's up?
Is it a point of order? Point of order.
يا سيد الرئيس أنا لدي كلمة بسيطة جدا موجهة للسادة النواب الأعضاء جميع السادة النواب موجودين في هذه القاعة.
I'd like to thank everyone who is on our side and everyone who we in the Northern Caucasus, the small group, we were requesting that we be seated. We request that we're not asking to be against the rules, but rather we only asking that we. Honorable Samba, you have the floor.
It is against the Northern Caucasus. We are all for the parliament. That whatever we do, be it Eastern, Central, Southern, Northern, Western Caucasus, everything has to fall within here. That's where we are. So even this virtue we are talking about, we need to quote it in here. The president has said the AU directed that we must consider virtue. Obviously, we had the COVID period. But even that said, that rule, we need to insert it in here and be able to cite it. Don't forget here, we have members of staff who need to obey this also, because if they don't, they'll also be questioned by the AU. So when you just say, my brother Okoti from Uganda earlier on said, we must just see if we can amend the rules, and just here, he had a good submission, I remember. But here is Article 12 of these rules of Parliament. I didn't make it, I found it, but I've been taught to follow it religiously. Article 12 says, rules of procedure and organization of the Pan-African Parliament. Item 1, the Pan-African Parliament shall adopt its own rules of procedure on the basis of a 2/3 majority of its members. The Pan-African Parliament shall elect at its first sitting by secret ballot from amongst its members in accordance with its rules of procedures. So any rule we want, if we want that we should all just dress in T-shirts here or traditional gear, whatever we want, we can make those rules, but it has to be supported by 2/3 majority. That's what this article says. So even this virtue, we said we want it, but have we put it in here? Has it been elected by 2/3 majority? Anything else you want to do quickly, it's very easy. My sister there, actually, I want her to be there as well to quote the president's word. But at the moment we don't follow any rule or bypass any rule, it will come back to haunt us. Letters will be written to the AU, and the clerk will need to answer, the bureau will need to answer, CAPA also will be questioned. So the onus is on us to follow the rules to the letter. Unless you can point here. I also want to vote and go home and go to my hotel. But no, then we are not doing justice to this parliament. So I submit, have a look at Article 12, and there's nowhere, the virtue has not been put in here. Until then, we can proceed, but trust that it will come back to haunt us. I submit, Mr. President.
You are all silent, eh? You are convinced. Yes, that's what it means.
Mr. President.
You are all convinced.
I need to allay the fears of a colleague who has been on the floor by drawing his attention to Rule 16 of our Rules of Procedure, if he may look at it. Rule 16(6).
Modality of voting by
Yes, I
electronic
saw
voting.
this.
Rule
Sorry.
Rule 16(6).
which precludes.
If you are there, this is the rule that deals with the election of members of the Bureau. And Rule 16(6) says, if I may read it verbatim, the election shall be held, the election shall be by secret ballot and a simple majority of members present and voting. What we are trying to do is to interpret the word present. We are not amending, please. We are not amending. We are now defining, actually interpreting, what does present mean? And our own interpretation, present means those physically here and those who are present online. And that is within the rule. Present and voting. What does present mean? Especially these modern eras of virtual meetings. What does it mean? So we are not, please don't take us to the protocol that we are amending the rules and therefore we require the 2/3 majority. Nobody is amending the rule. What we are doing is interpreting present. And to us, present means those physically in the chambers and those who have logged on our online and they are following and they are going to vote. And what is the problem with that? So there's nothing which is going to haunt us. Actually, what we've done is to define the rule according to the guidelines. And there's no contradiction, Mr. President.
Yeah. It's quite, don't complain about since yesterday. Be happy about the learning process. We have learned now the issue raised by Honorable Sampa, whether we are allowed to use the electronic system. Is it in the rules? We have to amend the rules. Rule 59, pay attention, because this is also, Rule 59 says, manner of voting on a specific question. Parliament shall apply the following methods when voting is required. Please listen. A, by show of hands. B, by electronic voting. C, by secret ballot. So the matter is settled. Rule 59. Rule 59, I've read it, I can repeat. Methods of voting required. Either one, A, is what I said, A, by show of hands, B, by electronic voting, C, by secret ballot. So there is no problem. It's already in our rules. Yes, President.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to express my satisfaction for the quality of the comments. My colleagues of the Pan-African Parliament which show a lot of responsibility. And they indeed work in the interest of PAP. Secondly, I'd like to say, Mr. President, that the Bureau represents the national assemblies. And we need to have a behavior of equals. The colleague needs to feel that they have the same benefits and all the advantages, rather than feeling not equal in some other way. Maybe if this continues, this phenomenon could be a fearsome one. The Bureau of PAP is the one responsible for the management, following certain parameters. And you know the challenges that you're facing.
The reaching of the necessary quorum, and since we are talking about flexibility, then and you are heading towards this direction, my observation is that electronic voting has been adopted throughout the world. It is referred to by Rule 59, and also there is a reference to that in Rule 16. So other interpretations are aiming at the division. I would like to thank you for this spirit, and also all those who have helped us overcome all these problems. Thank you.
Sorry?
Yes, can we get the technicians to check now? We believe we have the number. Can they confirm, please? They need to confirm.
I'm saying now, Jacob, confirm. Jacob, confirm.
Mr. President, we have 30. However, we need to verify who exactly they are. But we have 30 participants online.
Yeah. Mr. President.
Yes.
Yes. Some of the names are in Arabic. Maybe the Northern or somebody who can speak Arabic can help us, because the name is in Arabic.
Yeah.
Maybe if you look at the name, you'll be able to tell who the person is.
Names, two, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. سيد الرئيس والاخ المتحدث الان الخاص
Mr. Chairman, those who are in charge of
we need to register them as present.
Yeah, okay.
We need to register them as present. So let's Jacob ask each one of them to introduce themselves formally, and then we register them as present. Jacob?
Mr. President, they've heard you. You're speaking directly to them.
Okay. Honorable members, on virtual, please, thank you. Welcome to the Chamber of Pan-African Parliament. Please introduce yourselves. Sorry? Sorry? They have to switch off their video. Switch on your video. When you speak, switch on your video when you speak. Ambuka, we know him from Namibia. Thank you, registered.
I didn't get it. Jacob will make the picture of the
Okay.
one by one.
Salam. Yes.
I'm Salik Abdurrahman from the Sahrawi Arab Republic.
My name is Manuel Augusto from Angola.
I'm member Abdul Qadir Hassan from Libya. I'm Abdul Samad from the Kingdom of Morocco. I'm Yusuf Aidi from Morocco.
John Bond.
Asdin Youssef, but we can't hear him correctly. Could he repeat, please? Could the Honorable MP?
I'm Manuel Moura from Cape Verde.
Majid from Algeria.
Good day, everyone. I'm an MP from Madagascar.
Manuel Moura from Cabo Verde. Cape Verde, Cabo Verde. Manuel Moura.
Thank you. We got you.
Yeah, okay now.
Mr. President. Those on, sorry, go ahead. Cape Verde, okay, thank you. Cape Verde, thank you. Honorable members on virtue, if you have not introduced yourself, please do so.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Oh, point of order, yes.
With all due respect, I am concerned that because of technical issues, we may end up losing these people if we don't proceed now.
Yeah, you will appreciate, Honorable Tokarepi, that we are also wanting to give them an opportunity to register. It's very important. We need to register them so that we say present. Once they introduce themselves in the book, they are present. So we don't want to leave out others who has not introduced themselves. All those on virtual, honorable members on virtual, have you all introduced yourselves? Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes. Can hear you. Yes, we heard you. We heard you earlier. Go ahead, introduce yourselves, honorable members. How many have introduced themselves? How many have introduced themselves? Sorry? 31. 31 have introduced themselves. So we can proceed. Yes.
Yes, I'm an MP from Morocco.
Thank you. We can now proceed. Sorry, I'm told we are short of two. I'm told we are short of two. Sorry?
Mr. President, there was with us a member from Morocco, was present this morning, and she was with us through Zoom, and she has just been connected, but she was present this morning. She has just been disconnected, Mr. President. Yes. Yeah, she has just been disconnected, Mr. President. Yes.
But did she introduce herself here? What's the name? Give the full names. Hannah from where? From which country?
هناء بالخير.
Hannah Belkhir. Hannah Belkhir from Morocco. Yes, she has signed up this morning. She has signed. She was here and she.
Yes, yes. She signed this morning, yes.
So bring the book because technically present. Because if she signed.
Technical staff, please give us the registration paper.
Said Rais.
Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. Asdin Abdelmajid, MP, was online, but he has not been able to speak to us directly. He did, yes, he did. He did. Yes, yes. He did, Mr. President, yes. Yes, yes. We heard him from this side. Yes, yes. And MP Abdelmalek Tashrif, the Algerian MP, Mr. President. Tashrif, yes. Abdelmalek Tashrif. Sound is very poor, Mr. President, and we do really apologize.
Tell me, are you saying was we short of? How many do we have? Jacob. Jacob.
Mr. President, we have around 34. However, Rwanda delegation, we had a situation, there were 4 in the room, and they need to be on individual devices for the voting process.
Okay. So we have 34, excluding those, there were the 4 Rwanda. Does 34 include the Rwanda delegation?
No, Mr. President. Mr. President, what we've done online is we've assigned numbers to the honorable members from 0 all the way to 34. So they should be able to see that before their names, there is a number assigned to them. So we can actually be able to see MP number 1, number 2, number 3, all the way to 34.
Right. Technically, if they registered as a group in one room, it's okay. It's when they vote that they should be on their separate devices. Registering in one room is not an issue. They should be registered. But when they vote, they should go on another device. Jacob.
Yes, Mr. President.
Take note of that. So you should add those 4 to 38. And then tell them that when you vote, you have to use your own personal or individual devices.
President, all participants can hear you loud and clear online. Plus, interpretation is available online. So
thank you. So let us proceed. The next stage, now we've registered, we now have a quorum. We now have a quorum. And the dispute, please, Honorable Yusuf, the issue of whether we can do electronic, I referred you to Rule 59. That is settled. We had said we'll ask everybody to agree. There's no need to agree because it's in the rules. We now move to the next stage of voting. But Jacob, can you come here and explain how those who are participating electronically will vote? And as you prepare to do that, we now, Madam Clerk, we now work together. We now work together. Yes, we are moving now. Madam Clerk, usually I can't remember what's next. Is it not the candidate?
No, it's in front.
Yeah, the candidate. What is next?
Honorable President.
Sorry, order in the House, please. Order in the chamber, please. Order.
Honorable President, having confirmed the quorum in the House for purposes of election, I now call upon the candidate to present herself and her motivation and program before the elections.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على النبي.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and may his prayers be upon his prophet. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Vice Presidents, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank you all for your efforts in order to complement this discussion in order for our parliament to fulfill all these positions. My name is Dr. Fatimata Habib from the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. And I'm part of the North African Caucasus, and Mauritania is considered as a strong bridge between the west of Africa and the north. Now, as concerns my very modest experience, from the professional point of view, I'm a doctor and I'm a specialist in women's diseases, and I have worked for several years on the ground. And as concerns the political aspect, I am a former minister, and I have run several ministries, the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Animal Resources, and also the Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Social Affairs, and the Ministry of Vocational Training. I ran also a project that was funded by the World Bank in order to support fisheries in the West Africa countries. For the time being, I'm an MP in Parliament, and I was once a Vice President of the National Assembly of Mauritania. I'm a member of the Pan-African Parliament and also a member of the Committee in charge of Health. And I'm standing for this position in order to supplement the experiences of my colleagues, and I count on God that you vote for me, and I promise that I will spare no effort in order to serve Africa, a strong Africa, a united Africa, and a coherent Africa, in order for us to achieve the supreme goals which the African Union and PAP had set for themselves. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our candidate. Thank you very much. The clerk will announce the next step.
Honorable President, I now invite the head of ITC to approach the podium and explain clearly the procedures for administration of votes for those that are online.
Mr. President, apologies. Can I explain from here, from the control room?
Yes.
Let's show the members on the screen what will happen.
Okay, agreed.
Okay. Mr. President, we've set up a test vote. So when we launch it, all the MPs online will see the test vote. Please launch it. And you can see on the screen the test vote has 3 questions: yes, no, abstain. And once they vote, so in this instance, we'll vote yes.
What happened to your screen?
Once the voting process is done, you will give us how long the voting process should go online, online. We will be able. Once we end the poll, the results will be displayed on the screen for everyone to see. It's as simple as that.
Honorable members who are connected virtually, those connected virtually, do you understand how we are going to vote? Any questions? They are silent, so they are ready to vote. Jacob, at what point do they vote? Now or? Electronically, they can do it now. Jacob, answer that question.
Yes, sir.
How is it done, Jacob?
I explained on the screen, a screen will pop up, ask them questions to select answer. Once they vote, we will display the results immediately after the voting ends. You must direct us how long you want the vote to run for.
You can't see what? Jacob?
Mr. President, that was a test poll. It was just to show.
It was a test, okay.
I'm awaiting your direction for the actual poll.
If the person was online, they were like,
No, that will take ages. Yeah.
Please, can we proceed with the voting? We can't be seated here for the whole night. For something this simple. Huh? What is going on? Huh?
So tell us, Jacob, can you explain further?
Okay, Mr. President, let me create a test poll again just to show, to walk you through the process again.
Let me finish explaining. Go ahead, Jacob. Jacob,
Mr. President, now after we get direction from you, we launch the poll, the voting, and it will, for now, we've called it test vote. And you can see it on the screen, it's there. And it has 3 choices: yes, no, abstain. So if the members online could just vote for now so that we do a quick test run.
Members vote as a test run. It's not a final vote, but you are just testing.
Mr. President, then once the voting is done, at your direction, we end the poll. End the poll. And then we share the results with everyone. Share the results. And the results will be displayed on the screen.
Oh, we call countries. Jacob.
Mr. President.
The method of voting for those on the virtual, do we call them one by one, country by country?
It's not possible, Mr. President. They all see the screen at the same time.
It's not possible.
It's not possible.
They vote same time.
Same time.
You just say vote and then they vote.
They vote same time.
As per our register.
We are not able to mark the register.
Yeah. Okay. In the AU, we see this system in the AU when they vote. They just say, all of you vote one time. Okay, Honorable Patrick.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, when you look at the Zoom currently, there are members who are here and also on Zoom. There are also very many people on that Zoom who are not members of parliament. Secondly, the result as displayed there.
No, President. No, President. No.
Mr. President, I am on Zoom.
No.
What I'm saying, I am on Zoom.
Let him finish.
I am on Zoom and I've been looking through how the results will be. The results are coming through. What I wanted the clarity from Jacob is the result going to come in percentages?
Yeah.
The same way?
We can't continue like this.
Hey, give him chance.
No.
Please.
No, President. No. Like this.
We need to vote.
Yes. We need to vote.
Mr. President, the results are in percentages.
Sorry.
We can't allow one person
when you look at the test run that has been run,
yes,
it is in percentages.
Jacob,
not counted.
Jacob,
in percentages.
Okay, wait. Let's ask technically. Jacob, is that true that the results are in percentages?
The results are both in numbers and percentages.
Sorry, please. Listen to Jacob.
This is what is there.
Mr. President, if you look at the screen, the results are in percentages and in numbers.
Oh, not another question. Okay, Honorable Jida.
Merci, Monsieur le
Monsieur le Président, Madame la Secrétaire.
Honorable Chair, Madam Clerk, we've come to the end, the election of the members of parliament who are here present. They've been able to cast their vote. I'll give the floor back to you for the continuation of the process. Thank you.
Honorable President, I now ask my colleagues to collate the votes and submit them to the President. Honorable President, with your permission, would like to ask those outstanding members online who have not cast their votes to do so, as votes will be closed online.
Honorable members online, please cast your votes. Please cast your votes, honorable members online.
Jacob. Jacob.
Mr. President.
I understand we have some MPs online who have had problems voting.
Yes, Mr. President. So we are requesting that we restart the voting process online.
Yes, those honorable members who are online, the IT are relaunching. So can you vote now?
Maybe also come up here and do something. No, it's okay. It's
The
for
party
the
agent.
candidates, yeah. They're going to be pushed up. So, some thing is bad.
On accepte ça, la
Yes.
Yes.
Oui. Yes, yes, oui.
Si quelqu'un écrit non à l'intérieur,
Il faut écrire non.
c'est sans écrire.
Vas-y, écris, c'est bon. Non, quand même, c'est. Non, quand même, c'est bon.
It's almost
Honorable members voting virtually, please proceed and vote. Jacob, you can confirm you have relaunched? You have relaunched?
I relaunched and the voting is done.
Yes, they are voting, eh?
They voted and it's done.
You have voted? Thank you, this is great. Then I want to announce that by the decision of the Bureau, the business of the House will continue until we finish the business of the day. Yeah, when it's 6 o'clock, the Bureau has to give a decision as to whether we should rise now or continue. The Bureau has decided that we continue until we finish all the business of the day. Thank you.
the business after the vote, there's some more.
Then we adjourn and we come on tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, we come tomorrow.
But I think we need to, if we vote in there, what do we do? Better
Let's have them.
Sorry. Hello?
Yeah, we should know at least the. Or you count this one first, the others this one. So this procedure comes.
Yeah.
Honorable President, I would now like ask the colleagues to count the votes.
Yes. Yes. No. Yes. 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 No. Yes. 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 Spoils.
Yes, yes. Yes, yes.
Okay. Yes. Yes. No. C. Yes. 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 Oui. Yes. Oui. Yes. 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 Yes.
I think we need to count it for good.
I counted it's 7.
You know, because ideally after this, a lot of we need to add. You know,
Congratulations, Doctor. Dine Asma.
Against 3.
Bowser.
No.
Okay. Wait a minute. No, yeah, he's given me the figures. It says 13 voted. Cast their votes virtually. 12 yes, 12, 1 no. But how many were there altogether on the virtual list?
Online.
Was
So
it
they were
25?
36. But now, simple majority of
No,
those present and
wait,
voting.
36.
Switch off the mic, clerk.
So now, physically, we need the number of those that were physically.
36.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
36, okay, present and voting, physical 87, and then.
No, these are those, this is the quorum. But
Yes.
present and voting are 87 plus 2.
Switch off the mic, Madam Clerk.
No, the others were there, it's just that they abstained. Because there were 36 online when they. It's not.
No.
I shall now hand over to the President, who shall announce the results of the vote for the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament representing the Northern Africa region.
Because of the importance of this announcement, I would rather do it from here. The total number of votes cast, physical in this chamber, 87, virtual, 13, 13. Now, before I move to the next, you know that to win, you need to cast, to have votes 50, a simple majority. So in this case, since 100 is the total, simple majority is what? 50%, A plus 1. So 51, if she gets 51 and above, she has qualified, she has been voted for. So 100 cast, 84, 87, and then votes in favor. In this room, she got 84 out of 87. And then from the virtual, she got 12 out of 13. So she got 96, yet she only needed 51 to be voted for, but she got 96. Thank you for that. I want to repeat that for her. Hello, order, order, order. I want to repeat that for her to qualify to have been voted for, she needed to get 51 votes, but she got 96. 96% instead of 51%. So that's a distinction. 3 in this room, 3 voted against, 3. And on the virtual, only 1 person voted against her. So those are the results. Thank you. Okay. I now invite. Okay. We give an opportunity for her to.
Mr. President.
Sorry,
Mr.
it was not
President.
written. I now
Procedure.
Declare.
Okay.
Yeah, you do the procedure when I've declared. I now declare Honorable Dr. Fatimetu Habib from Mauritania as the first Vice President of Pan-African Parliament. Shukran. As a result, I call upon you to express gratitude to our honorable members. Thank you.
C'est le serment. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, I, Fatimatu Habib, undertake before the peoples of Africa and before Allah to discharge my functions as the first Vice President of PAP with dignity in order to serve the peoples of Africa and serve the African Union with faithfulness and preserve and defend and protect the constitutive laws of the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol establishing the African community as it has been established by law, and I will also respect the principles of good governance and those of human rights, international law, peace, and stability, and also with the goals of the Pan-African Parliament. God help me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. I thank you all for your support and would like to thank most particularly members of the Northern Caucus for their continuous support. And of course, this does not come as a surprise from the caucus of North Africa, and would like also to thank our President of the Republic, who is chairing the AU now, and would like to seize this opportunity in order to thank you and express my appreciation to you, sisters and brothers. Thank you for your support, and we are very grateful for this support. Thank you.
I now invite no, I have to congratulate you.
Yes, the president must be here.
I now invite Honorable Habib to take her proper seat.
Finally.
Thank you very, very much. We'll speak some other day. But for now, sorry, take your seats. Take your seats. For now, I want to tell the North that you are loved by this chamber, by MPs. Look at the votes. She got 96%. It means everybody supported her. So nobody was fighting the North. Everybody supported her. And I like the spirit. Now, I'll ask the clerk, look, we have finished voting, but we've been requested some people in their committee, they are saying they will leave, I think, by tomorrow. So there's an item, I think it's for 10 minutes, then we go. Just 10 minutes. Madam Clerk.
Honorable President, presentation and debate of the Pan-African Parliament revised rules of procedure.
I shall now invite Honorable Steve Mikaya, Chairperson of Rules, privilege discipline to make his presentation. This should be short, not more than 10 minutes. Oh, order.
Your Excellency, Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, our brand new first Vice President, Madam Abib, and what, congratulations. Your Excellency, Hon Dr. Ashbin Gayo, Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency, Hon Lucia dos Passos, Third Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency Jida Mama Mahamat, Fourth Vice President, honored members of the Pan-African Parliament, Madam Lindwe Kumalo, Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As guided, I believe that you all have read the report, so I will not read the whole of it, but I'll just go to the maybe very, very important issues that needs your noting. I stand before you to present a comprehensive report on behalf of the Permanent Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline of the Pan-African Parliament, outlining the process and the decision taken to align the rules of procedure of Pan-African Parliament to the protocol, to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament. This process was undertaken in compliance with the directive of the Executive Council of February 2024, which directed, among other things, that the suspended rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament should be reconsidered by PAP plenary, taking into considerations the inconsistencies outlined in the legal opinion issued by the Office of the Legal Counsel. This report addresses decision to ensure consistency, clarity, adherence to the PAP protocol, and responds directly to the legal opinion provided by the Office of the Legal Counsel. How did we get here? That's 3.1. In February 2020, the Assembly of Heads of State directed the Office of the Legal Counsel to examine the legal instruments and rules of procedure of the African Union, identifying areas.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Identified areas of incoherence or conflict with other AU legal instruments and advise AU policy organs on the amendments and alignment as appropriate.
Can we let him finish? No, please, no.
The Assembly decision was reinforced by Executive Council decision of October 2021, which specifically requested the OLC to review the rules of procedure of the PAP to ensure that the principle of rotation is enshrined in the rules and report back to the Executive Council by July 2022. The Executive Council decision also directed PAP to urgently review the rules of procedure to ensure alignment with African Union values, rules and regulations, as well as established practices of the Union, including the principle of geographical rotation. As a result of these Executive Council and Assembly decisions, the Pan-African Parliament amended its rules of procedure on 4th November 2022 through an inclusive and exhaustive process that involved the regional caucuses. After the amendment and adoption of the rules of procedure on 4th November, a complaint was lodged with the AUC chairperson by some PAP members who argued that the amended rules violated Article 5, 12 of the PAP protocol regarding terms of office of the Bureau. After the review of the amended rules of procedure, including certain provisions that had been carried over from the 2011 version, the Office of Legal Counsel noted that while most of the amendments are principally statistic, semantic, and largely consistent with the PAP protocol, specific revision appear to be inconsistent with the PAP protocol, or introduce ambiguity that could result in nonconformity, thus warrant closer scrutiny. Based on this legal opinion, the 2022 amended rules were suspended. Further to this, at February 2024 summit, the Executive Council adopted a decision on the situation at Pan-African Parliament, which directed, among other things, that suspended rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament should be reconsidered bipartially, taking into consideration the inconsistencies outlined in the legal opinion issued by the Office of the Legal Counsel. Ordinarily, Your Excellency, PAP has exclusive jurisdiction authority to amend the rules under Article 18.8 and 12.1 of the PAP protocol. However, an exceptional situation, as I described above, arose when the OLC identified that the amended rules violated protocol in specific areas, as identified in Appendix B. You may wish to know, Your Excellency, honored members, that the rules of procedure of Pan-African Parliament stipulates under 2610 that the Committee on Rules, Privilege and Discipline is mandated to assist the Bureau in an interpretation and application of these rules of procedure, to consider proposal for the amendment of rules of procedure. In compliance with Rule 2610 of the Rules of Procedure of PAP, the Bureau transmitted documents received from the OLC to the Committee on Rules, Privilege and Discipline. The documents which were available to the members of the committee consist of the following: the Executive Council decision of February 2024, OLC opinion of review of rules of procedure, explanatory notes summarizing the OLC opinion. Pursuant further to the aforesaid mandate, the committee convened a sitting on November 2024. The meeting was, however, adjourned to allow a transition of the documents, and the quorum was not satisfactory. The committee reconvened on 6th November 2024 to reconsider the legal opinion. The key areas, reviews, and decisions taken. Your Excellency, honored members, given the imperative of complying with the Executive Council decision of February 2024, the Rules Committee limited its discussion to inconsistencies identified by the OLC and focused on specific violation identified in the legal opinion of the Office of the Legal Counsel. The committee was also of the opinion that the Executive Council's directive clearly outlined the terms of reference, scope for the reconsideration of PAP's rules, which must be strictly followed with no deviation to the protocol. The committee, in acknowledging the receipt of the documents identified in section 3 and above, and with particularly the number 4, 5, and 6, took note that PAP's rules of procedure are dynamic and can be amended in the future, and that the above referred submission will guide future deliberations to the extent deemed not consistent with the protocol. However, this process focused specifically on rectifying identified violations and aligning the rules with protocol as defined in the Executive Council directive. Below are the principal areas of review, the decisions taken, and the rationale for each adjustment. 1. Rule 1 and Rule 8.1 ceases to be a member, violates Article 5.4G of the PAP protocol. The amendment is null and void. The definition must be aligned to the text of Article 5.4G of the protocol. Rule 1, returning member, violates Article 13 of the PAP protocol. The definition is null and void and should be deleted. Rule 9.3, oath of office, returning members. This section should be deleted as it violates Article 13 of the PAP Protocol, which mandates the taking of an oath or solemnly declaration. The taking of an oath or solemnly declarations serves as a near universal markers for the commencement of a mandate. Rule 16.14, term of office and rotation of the Bureau, violates Article 5.3 and 12.3 of the PAP Protocol. Amendment violates the protocol and is therefore null and void. The text should be replaced with the exact text of Article 12.3 of the protocol, which states that the terms of office of the President and the Vice President shall run with the National Parliament or the deliberative organ which elects and designates them. On this particular provision, members further suggested that a recommendation to be put to office of the legal counsel to initiate an amendment to the protocol so as to define the term of office in line with stipulation as contained in suspended 2022 and existing rules of procedure. Alternatively, the ratification of Malabo Protocol, which contains the current stipulation, can be accelerated to address members' concerns on the matter. Committee recommendations. In view of the foregoing, the committee makes the following recommendations. The PAP Protocol is the supreme legal instrument governing PAP, and it is not subject to debate or variation by the plenary. The PAP's role is to implement the protocol, not to amend or alter it. Any violation would result in automatic notifications. No entity, PAP included, can amend the protocol. Consistent with the OLC opinion and Executive Council's mandate, all violations identified by OLC must be nullified and replaced with provisions that align with the protocol. Matters relating to protocol cannot be violated and as such need to be removed from the revised rules of procedure of 4th November 2022 and replaced verbatim with what is specified in the protocol. In conclusion, Your Excellency, honored members, the Rules Committee believes that this alignment of rules of procedure to the protocol will enable the Pan-African Parliament to perform its functions effectively and with full alignment to the protocol. We have carefully considered the legal opinion provided by the Office of the Legal Counsel and taken into account the scope and specific mandate assigned to PAP by Executive Council. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that the PAP operates within the parameters set by the protocol, thereby advancing the goals of African Union and serving the people of Africa with transparency, accountability, and dedication. I respectfully submit this report for the consideration of the plenary with a recommendation for immediate implementation of the recommendations as mandated by the Executive Council, stipulated in the supreme legal instrument, the protocol. The Rules Committee remains committed to monitoring the implementation of these aligned rules and is prepared to make further adjustments as may be necessary in response to evolving needs and the guidance of the African Union. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your support of the Executive Council's directive by removing these variations and replacing them verbatim with language of the protocol with immediate effect. Your Excellency, I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This report, the chair would have explained. I know people may misconstrue. PAP was accused of operating, disrespecting financial procedures in whatever procedure, including the protocol of PAP. Member states then said, go and remove violations. The violations are not coming from the Rules Committee, nor the Bureau. The Bureau had no hand in this thing, nothing. We never met even for 5 minutes to say what should we do. It is a directive which says this rule this rule violates the protocol. Go and remove it. And in our case, whether we debate, we cannot change or amend what is in the protocol. It's impossible. It's for us to take note that this, we had amended this thing of returning member. They said, remove it. Remove it. All these are areas that we need to remove by directive of the Executive Council, which is a policy organ of the AU, is a directive. If we refuse, tomorrow they will then again say PAP is defined, because they've been writing since 2016 about some of these violations. And we are taken as if this parliament does not respect AU rules. So we are saying, whether we agree or we don't agree, the solution is not in this chamber. The solution is those people who passed this protocol, which ourselves cannot change. And what we are doing is simply to agree to follow what they've said is a violation of the protocol. And I want to address, don't think, oh no, maybe the Bureau is changing rules. These things which we are read are coming from Addis. They are all coming from Addis Ababa, from Legal Council and the Executive Council. That's where they are coming from, not from your Bureau. We never put even one word in what is being done. We are copying exactly what has come from Addis. So those who think the Bureau is trying to do this, no. It's only that we don't have enough information. This is a directive. And in February 2025, in February, when the heads of state meet, this issue will be tabled to find out whether PAP complied. Has PAP removed the violations? Because after February this year in Addis, where they say go and amend, go and remove, they said we thought by July. So when they met in Ghana, the heads of state, this issue, there was a report to say they have not done so, but we'll report next year in February. There will be a report to say how far have you gone with complying with those directives. I just want to repeat that issue. We may want to debate, but the debate is simply to acknowledge that we have heard. If you have problems with these violations of the protocol, the route to amend is your country, your own foreign minister, your own ambassador. They are the ones who have to initiate amendments of the protocols, which do not come to this parliament. They instead go to your national parliaments. That's what I have to say. This is not for legislative, this administrative is for nothing. To say, okay, let's go and remove the violations. Simple. Let's go and remove the violations. Otherwise, we have no power to say no. There's part 2, which will come. Part 2, other rules, got other rules in our rules, where the legal counsel, these are not violations of the protocol, but the legal counsel feels that, why don't you improve this rule? Those now are not executive council violations, no. Those, the legal committee, the rules committee will have to sit down and look at other rules that may need improvement. Those we can say no to the legal council if we don't want, and amend in the way we think we'll do. That's another area of rules which are not violations. Members, to me, this matter is for noting, not for adoption. It's for noting, to take note, because we cannot say no to what was pointed out by the legal counsel was violations. We can't. We can debate for 2 days, but at the end of the day, we cannot change a violation. We are adjourned to tomorrow at 9.